Hello, I am here. I'm waiting for the ads to end. Okay, there we go. We should be fully good to go now. I'm gonna turn up the game volume a little bit. Yes, hello, I am here. Hi. Let me also... I should move myself over a little bit as well. I need to for this game. Yes, I'm actually, like, somewhat prepared and on time today. This is awesome news. We can pretty much just go straight into the daily run. So we've got Ascension 3 Defect, Flight, and All-Star. Pretty interesting. I guess we'll just see like what colorless cards we get. But as usual, I'm gonna have to like lock in a little bit once I go into this, so I guess you know, I'll still like commentate on the way, but you know, I'm also gonna try and be like fast. The good thing about Flight is we don't really have to consider our path as much. So we can kind of just like go anywhere on a whim, so we don't have to waste time before each like act, sort of like mapping out our pathing. So anyway, I guess without any further ado, I'm just gonna click this. Alright. Gambit, kind of like whatever. Colorless cards. I don't like the Gambit, specifically. Right, I immediately forgot that we had Flight. Maybe this. Definitely one stratagem. We don't want the Gambit, we're just gonna take the 2 damage. Give me Finesse. So we can just do that. Maybe I should have taken the Gambit. Well, you know what? We have the Gambit this turn. Sure. There we go. I guess Barrage isn't terrible. I kind of don't like these first rewards here. Barrage is just kind of like speculation for later. We want to get as many cards as possible, like, early, though. This is not a good turn, is it? Yikes. I mean, I probably could have, like, just hit this guy. I should have dual-casted first to see if it was gonna land on any of them twice. Kinda unlucky. But it did it twice on this guy. Do this, do this, do this, sort of thing. Any luck? Well, we don't even need luck. I forgot that we have... stratagem. Imagine a world without dracoraz. True. Welcome in, Ollie. Hope you're doing well. Do I even care about any of these? I feel like my card rewards right now are terrible. We're getting the worst cards of all time. Really? We're just gonna not give me any defense? Okay. Sure, man. Dude, like, all of my defense are at the back of the deck for some reason. Whatever, production me. Whatever. Compact, I guess, is just okay for later. I really need a shop here, actually. We currently have, like, nothing to actually scale damage off of. Ball Lightning, I guess, isn't, like, a bad pick here. That works with Barrage. Give me the Chosen Cheese. I don't care. I like the cheese. I don't mind losing a bit of max HP here. But I might wait a little bit. Yeah, because we have several elites we can do later, so I kind of just want to go for upgrades. We can get, like, free stratagem. Free, where is it? Free zap. Always nice. You can get, 7 damage per each channeled orb. Okay. Carrying shield. Then we rest, and then we can go into an elite here. Okay. Not a good first hand, really. It's fine. We'll live. Do this. Okay, so we can kill this turn, possibly. Well, okay. We can't kill this turn. That opportunity passed. There we go. User Bracelet is good, Machine Learning is even better. Innate on that is especially good. I'm just gonna go for an elite instead of the immediate shop. You know what? Sure, just full defend me. See if I can. It is worth noting that I do have parry shield, so like I should actually be taking advantage of that. I don't like the gambit here. But like maybe I do? Do I like the gambit here? Because like low-key... So like we have this as an option. This would do another 16? 16... I'll leave you... I would leave him perfectly at transition range, which I don't really like. We could gambit here and then just, like, do this. Like, pass the turn, go for a better damage turn now, sort of thing. Yeah, there we go. And this gives us a couple of turns to make sure that we don't get owned here. Yeah, there we go. The gambit actually worked out there. For once. I guess? We're just gonna skip this. I do like AoE, though. Maybe we should pick up a glasswork. Speaking of which, we could go into this and just immediately put out AoE. Use. I kind of like, because this means we can hit another rest site. If we need to. Ooh, very close to being lethal there. I do wonder, could we just get any of them to hit you? We can. Alright, there we go. This is nice. And we may as well just defend here. We don't need the gambit again here. Poo-poo Raz, I'm playing Minecraft. That's crazy. I hope the Minecraft's going well, though. Are you playing, like, vanilla or modded? Out of curiosity. I've done my fair share of modded. Ooh, capacitor. I like taking capacitor. We could dig or we could smith. I actually kind of like digging here. Yeah, we'll just dig. Gorget. Or Gorgay. I don't know how you'd actually pronounce that. Gorgay is funnier. For what it's worth. Just a vanilla server, you don't really play or like Minecraft. You play it literally only on one server. One you're on now, isn't that one you just bored, you freaking lost all your shit, but because you're goated, you got it all back. Nice. Good to hear that you got your stuff all back. Ooh. Give me this. You know what, we'll evoke our orb. Don't need production yet. Give me this. Okay, we can compact that back in. That's good. And we can just do that. Nice. I don't want to use this immediately, honestly. We can just keep our fuel. The fuel in our draw pile. Ooh, not a good turn there. We should hopefully be able to get pretty close. Killing here. I have like war flashbacks, PTSD. Okay, we definitely want compact again. Oh, that's brilliant, actually. Only problem is we're taking a lot of damage here. We're gonna need to kill this guy, like, really soon here. Give me this. Okay, we probably kill next turn. Yes. Okay. Whew. Close one. Coolant is interesting. Voltaic is interesting as well. Since, like, we do have so much, like, lightning channeled. I like coolant, though. Ooh. Imbued? We'd want imbued on. Upgrade 6 random cards. Actually kind of tempting. I don't think we need quadcast. Even though quadcast is, like, pretty good. I'll take that. Then right, we don't need to path. Some dude in full diamond came up to you and you out of instinct hit him and was ready to fight for your life. This is a server with no PvP or griefing allowed. Damn. Feel like a rabid dog being brought into a warm house. That checks out. Yeah, I don't know, I haven't really done like a lot of just like random multiplayer servers. Mostly if I'm playing on a multiplayer server, I'm playing with friends. Just burn that. Why not, right? Hit you a few times. Then you know what, we'll hit you with the Gambit. The Gambit actually low-key kinda good here. I kinda slept on the Gambit. It's a good kill confirm I'm finding. Ooh. Null is quite good. I like being able to apply weak. A random event here. Move 2 cards, move 1 card. I have 1 enlightenment. I feel like I don't have much that's that expensive. Remove 1 card. please. Okay, glasswork, really good here, actually. You attack next turn, don't you? I don't think we need machine learning here. We should be pretty close to killing these guys, like, this turn. Yeah. I mean, my coolant and all that. Nice. I do like Focus Potion. We'll take that. Old Snap? We're kind of just getting, like, a lot of different orbs, and that's good because we have coolant, so that's kind of ideal, even. Okay, so we're already in hard pool combat. Good to know. I'm gonna do this. That gives me some good defense at the start of each turn. I probably should have struck first, though. Realizing. Give me this. And this. And this. That. And then I think I want null, actually. Give me this, this, this sort of thing. Now we should be getting a lot of block at the start of each turn. Yeah. Awesome. I know one random orb we don't really need. I like having a free boost away, though. Like, upgraded especially. Ooh, Royal Stamp would have been really nice. I probably should have waited a little longer on this shop. Oh well. We could go straight into an elite. I actually kind of like visiting this first, though. Especially since we have dig. I just realized, like, since we have dig, we can just keep digging. We could play Minecraft in Slay the Spire. Fuck it, right? May as well. Diggy diggy hole. Okay, this is kind of stupid. I shouldn't do this. I mean, I could dig one more, though. And then do this elite. Okay. Immediately probably being punished for this. That's fine. We do that. Do this. We're actually in a very good spot, I feel. All things considered. And look, we just have, like, more orbs we can just keep doing. Damn. Look at that. Managed to desync them enough to not have, like, the double attack turn every turn, which is nice. I kind of wish I had Shatter, not gonna lie. Barrage is really nice. Dualcast? There we go. Okay, this deck is kind of cooking. I like a free charge battery. You know what? Take me to another elite. Bring me another. Okay, this is actually the ideal opening, too. That gives us a bunch of block at the start of each turn. So, like, we're not gonna have to give much of a fuck about this guy's painted here. Yeah, we just do this, this kind of thing. Get null, stratagem. Yeah, like, we're just fine here. We don't really have to defend at all. It's like how Coolant just kind of handles it. Give me another glass orb, though. Because we're about to run out of this one. Strike, charge battery. Honestly, I could, like, just get another attack into my hand. Yeah, we have lethal that turn. Nice. Ice cream? Okay, hang on. Ice cream is amazing. Another glasswalk upgraded? I don't mind. We just like channeling orbs. And, like, popping the fuck off. I don't mind that at all. Dig. Ice cream with Happy Flower is incredible. And charge battery, I just realized? Holy. Okay, we have a hell of a run here. Acid me. Do this. We're not even gonna play our strike. We're gonna wait to get null off. Do this. Continue saving our energy. Don't have very good defense this turn, but that's fine. I actually do block like most of this still, which is nice. Give me another null. Let me just not even turn around. I don't need to bother turning around, really. Like the main thing. Try and keep dazed out of our draw pile as much as possible. They're not gonna give me barrage for whatever reason. We need another ice orb. I guess is our current problem. If we want coolant next turn. I don't think we care, actually. Just get rid of it. Save damage this turn. Okay. Just strike. We can dual cast. Like, we kind of have a massive turn here. We got that. We get... So we can, like, ball lightning, barrage, glasswork. Okay. Well, it was worth a try. I was gonna see if we could kill this guy this turn. It appears we'll have to wait a little longer. That's... Null, strike, old snap. Kind of just an endless carousel of orbs. It's very nice. Ooh, defragment. I like defragment here. Like that a lot. We don't need this energy potion, really. We kind of just pop off. That's tempting. Especially with Bag of Prep. And with ice cream. Ice cream! I forgot about that. Ice cream. Of course we take it. Holy hell. Now we just need to look for like an X card. We just win. I mean, as if we needed a win condition anyway, but... we like especially win in that case. Give me this. Yeah, there you go. Like, now we just need draw, basically. Double energy? I'll get a double energy on that, sure. If we get an X card, we just kind of win. Volley? Wait. Volley? I'll take it. Use your cost from and draw a pile into your hand. Don't need it. Volley's kind of crazy. We'll remove a strike as well, and then just leave. We don't need another shop here. Not really the best first turn. I'll take this just because it's kind of free here. Oof. I like losing 2 max HP, but it is what it is. That... Okay. The good news is we don't really have to worry about losing like our energy here a little bit. Ahabo. Funny. We create a status. Do we create statuses that often? I feel like we don't. Even though it's like extra draw, we kind of want that. Oh well. Okay. Kind of a tough toss-up here. I think we just sacrifice machine learning, if anything. Just got all that off. Actually, this full defense. Never mind. We can just play it all. Ooh. We got that and this. Okay, perfect. Production, null. Do this. I'm not gonna play that. Save me a little bit of life here. And he's just dead. Okay. Give me another shop. X cards? Do we even need that? I don't know. I like defragment. We could just take another defragment. I don't think we need chemical X, to be honest. I think we just want defragment. Get defragment. Maybe dog shackles. Probably not even necessary. We'll get it though. Like get a last shop here. Petrified toad is kind of useless here. Gonna dig one more time and then go into this elite. Defragment. Oh, I should be smithing defragment, actually. I keep forgetting to do that. Hmm. I take a little bit of damage here, but that's fine. Give me glasswork. Give me this. You. Okay, not the worst. We're not taking like a ton of damage here, so I don't really care. Just pass on this. Oh, that fucked. Yeah. Ocean belt. Love that. Helix drill? Interesting. Probably not necessary, but I'll take it for free. You know what? Let me just smith my defragments here. Miss a defrag never hurts. Give me you. As usual. I know I didn't play whatchamacallit, but I don't really care. Oh, also I can throw my rock at you. Forgot about that. Do that. Just play our entire hand, to be honest. Double our energy. Blast work, ball lightning, zap, this. I mean, we're gonna take a lot of damage, but that's fine. I don't really care. Oh, okay, hang on, we got the combo. We can't even use it, though. The funny thing. Do we just go into another elite here? I mean, fuck it, right? May as well. Just defend. Assurance for next turn. Coolant, null. Pass. Compact? Okay, hang on. For free? Damn. Just volley at this point, right? As well. Run going absolutely insaner style. Oh, I shouldn't have wasted all that energy. Whatever, I don't think it matters, realistically. Yeah. Just win that turn. Echo form? Sure. For free? I'll absolutely take it. We're not even gonna rest. We have so many potions, like, we deadass just don't even need to care. This, give me a free coolant. Give me a hailstorm. Give me fish oil. Give me a focus potion. Yeah, just do this, I suppose. Sad I didn't get to play machine learning, but fine. The double energy. All of a thing. I probably should have saved my vigor. Whatever. Yes. Coolant. Okay, I'm kind of getting mogged here a little bit. Because it's not giving me my shit. That's fine. Okay, there we go. Now we're doing well. Okay. Now we just kill them. Give me... You know what? Just give me volley. Alright. Here goes. I forgot that it was gonna be doubled. It took a while for it to even do the music fade out, because it was... Oh my god. All about bye-bye, what the fuck did I just do? Skill? I'm really good at the game. Is what just happened. Really good run. Yeah, bye-bye. I hope you have a good one. Damn. That was a really clean run. Damn. Really well done. Yeah, I forgot that the Echo Form was gonna double the volley. Like, that was just lethal. I mean, Helix Drill probably would have finished regardless, but... That is funny that it worked out like that. Absolutely huge damage turn. Yeah, that was good. With that said, though, I did say it would just be the daily in terms of Spire today. We're going to go ahead and quit out of this. We're gonna do some game dev now. Potential game dev. There we go. Software and game development. Let me get Spotify up as well. Usual. Do this. We want here. We want sure. Shouldn't be too much longer. I have a couple of things I want to achieve game dev-wise today. Okay. I guess to very quickly give a recap of what I've been working on. It hasn't been, like, too much in terms of, like, stuff I can show. Because mostly I just added sound effects to the... to, like, the menu. I'm still, like, a little bit iffy on the sounds. Like, I almost feel like this one is, like, a little too clicky. It's too loud of a click. So just like moving it. Oop. Yeah, otherwise, this does all just work perfectly fine as you would expect. Yeah. Very nice. Alright. So, a couple things I want to do today. First of all is to add like an automatic timeout for rebinding. This is a thing I've been intending to add. So, let's do rebind timeout. Or rebind max timeout equals, it would be 600, I believe, at 120 frames per second. How many frames for rebinding times out at 120 FPS? Okay. Rebind timeout equals 0. Current timeout progress. So then we would do in this we do equals rebind max timeout. But we'd have to put button menu object before each of these. Okay. And then in end step, we would do rebind timeout. It'd be minus equals delta time. Probably just put this in its own thing. Underscore underscore delta time equals delta time UI. I believe that's correct, right? Let me double check. Yeah. So yeah, I tried to implement this thing that would allow you to press the pause button again to like back out of rebinding manually. I couldn't get it to work though. If this or rebind timeout is less than or equal to 0, you just go ahead and cancel it. So this should just work immediately. I would hope. Oh yeah, you can also like scroll it like this That's kind of silly. Yeah, now if I do this, we wait 5 seconds. Yeah, it just times out. Now, I do want to add, like, a counter in the bottom left that actually tells you that. Just to be, like, extra clear. So we do this. I really need to, like, optimize all of this, too, in a second. We'll get to that. That'll probably be, like, a later in the stream kind of thing. Draw, rebind, timeout, timer. You basically do... I think we already set the text here. We'll kind of just use whatever is, like, still there. Well, I mean, we should draw... Just for good practice, we should reset it. Should be FA left, actually FA bottom, too. This color is fine for now. We'll change the color later if we need to. Then we do draw, oh, not DAW. Draw, text, scribble. Should be box X minus, I don't know how big the box is actually. Do minus 4, well, no, not 400, minus 200. Should be maybe minus 196. 196, so box Y plus, be like 150 or 160-ish. Then we do the binding will abort in. Now this isn't gonna be seconds to begin with. We're just gonna mess with the positioning first, and then we'll do this. Rebind timeout. Oh, there should be if rebinding in progress. We'll abort in string rebind timeout. That should be fine. We'll just see if the positioning is all correct once again before we worry about converting this to seconds. Okay, so it needs to be positioned a bit more downwards. It's like the long and short. That's fine. Not much more down. Used to be about like 4-ish. 3 or 4-ish. More down than it needs to be. We'll go with 4 for now. I forget that the box system that I made already accounts for, like, padding. So I can actually be a bit tighter about this. We'll do var abort seconds equals... So what we need to do is... divide this by 120 and then round it up. We might as well add, like, an S. Stand for, like, seconds. Then we do this. Yeah. 3, 2, 1, done. Yeah, basically if someone, like, misclicks, they can just, like, let this time out. This is, like, very silly, by the way. I'm switching the parry and fire button. Like, you could. I mean, that's kind of the point, right? You just let people do whatever they want. Very nice. Yeah, not bad. I think I want to change the color, is the main thing. Maybe do this. Oh! Susie! Welcome in! Oh, hello, I hope you all are doing well. Damn. What are y'all doing? Out of curiosity. Thank you. Let me give y'all a quick shout out. I guess as usual. I should also say, if you do need to get rest or any of that, that is also fine. Yeah, thank y'all for coming along. You love my raid a lot? I like it as well. It is very much my my favorite a lot that I have, honestly. Yeah. Played Rivals with friends. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah, I didn't see you live before, so like weird. Normally I wouldn't miss that, but you eluded me today. Yeah, I hope you all had fun with that. We're just kind of working on this like menu system. I guess to give a very quick rundown of what I was just working on. we're doing rebinding, and so I just added this little text that tells you like when rebinding will like abandon. Yeah. Been live for the past 2 hours. Okay. Yeah, all good. I hope you had fun. Once again. Is this my game? It is my game, yes. I guess to very quickly give a rundown of it for people who don't know. Very much like a Hotline Miami, sort of like top-down shooter kind of thing. You can like shoot these doors down or like punch them even. Right now it's mostly just like the basic controls. Yeah, you have like different weapons and stuff. A lot of fun things. Yeah, right now we're working on some more like tactical stuff in terms of like the menu. So yeah, we have like control rebinding in. We're working on that. Trying to get that working. I'm gonna snooze the ads as well for a little bit. I know that people just came in, so we'll have a few more minutes without that. Yeah. I guess I need to like change the color of the text here, I think is the current thing. Because it does kind of like blend in. I don't like it. I need to add like a better like highlighted color. Currently the main color I have on these menus is kinda not great. Gonna lurk and get some water? Yeah, understandable. Enjoy the water. I'm very much a fan of water as well. We have so much in common. We both drink water. Sorry, I'm just being a goober. And feel free to go get your water. Yeah, so if that's the color that we're using for this, we want something that's maybe like a bit more yellow. Just like a highlight color. Actually, I was gonna see if I could like screenshot that. Let me see. I could quickly open Sprite and try and find like a good complement color to this. Yeah, I'm thinking of something in like this range. Sorry, this is kind of like off stream right now. I want kind of a cream color here. That's the highlight. Hmm. Okay, I think I've got a color I could use here. So this is 255, 180, 125. Go over here. We basically just need to plug this straight in. 255, 180, 125, I believe it was. It should be, yeah, it's like a creamy sort of color. And now if we do this, yeah, it's maybe like a little too high contrast. Not sure. We may be docking it like a little bit. That's something more like this. Hmm. Oh, I don't know. Kind of hard to make this work with the current aesthetic. Hmm. Could go for 255, 155, 82. Like more of a slightly darker orange. Let me see. Hmm. It like still almost feels too bright for this menu. Hmm. This is tough. I feel like maybe that's fine though, because it is meant to be like highlighted. It should stand out a little bit. I think that's actually fine for now. Yeah, like I think that's fine. Although I do want to make it so that these like match. You'll see what I mean in a second. I want to make it so that this dot 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 matches. I'm gonna put this color here as well. Right now this is very like inefficient, kind of like hard-coded nonsense. Yeah, like that's pretty good. Not too bad. Oh, hang on, slight issue I just realized. It doesn't do a second without the S if it's 1 second. Easy fix. Um, where is this? I should be in draw. Okay. We just make a suffix here. Port suffix equals seconds. Well, second. And then we do if abort seconds is higher than 1. We do abort suffix plus well equals abort suffix plus s. And then we put this here instead. Okay, that's the ads. I will run the game and we'll kind of just wait for the ads to be over before I showcase this. Okay. You know what? Hang on, let me try something while I'm waiting. What if? Just like tweak this a little bit. Might have a solution to the problem of this being, like, not as highlighted. Okay. I'm just kind of messing with the color still. Okay, I have the game open just to look at this still. Yeah, so it now dynamically changes if it has the S at the end. Very nice. Cool. Boy, in 1 second. Just like a good like anti-misclick measure there. As well as like if someone has like their like keyboard or controller disconnect and do some weird shit where like it doesn't let them do anything and like it changes the device or something, they at least have like a bailout. An automatic bailout. Very nice. Sorry, I'm gonna mess with the color just slightly more before I move on from this. Hmm. Like, I have an idea. 4, 5, 128, 78. 5, 128. What else was it? 78. Right. I still have the game open. Get out of that. Like, how is this in terms of the color? Ooh, okay, hang on. That's a little better. That doesn't stick out, like, as much. Still being, like, kind of highlighted. I like that a little better. So welcome in, Lemon. I see you a late raider, too. Yeah, hope you're doing well. Yeah, okay, I kind of like this highlight color slightly better. Nice. Maybe not, like, fully the optimal one yet, though. I'm messing with this a little more. I know I keep saying that, but I'm trying to get the highlight to look good here. Oh, 193, 109, 69. Nice. For anyone wondering where I'm even getting these colors from, it's literally just me messing with, like, blending and A-Sprite. And then just looking at the RGB values. Okay. Also, holy hell! 80 stream streak. God damn. Thank you. Me when the... So true. Damn. Hell of a stream streak. Thank you once again. Crazy. This is quite good. I like this color quite a lot. Well, hang on. It's a little harder to tell because I'm changing the wrong thing here. These. Okay, yeah, that's good. Like that as a highlight color. It's also kind of nice because it's a good in-between for like this highlight on like the control buttons and like the text. So it's like red, orange, yellow here. Very nice. Susie Raid, welcome in, Hung. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, indeed. She raided a little bit ago. And she had to get water, and that's fine. Yeah, I did say before, but I guess just to reiterate, if anyone does have to head out, because I know it is late, especially in, like, America land, that is all good. I'm always just kinda doing my own thing. So, if people want to watch, cool. If people need to go, also cool. Fine by me. I mean, really, like, this is kind of me just doing work anyway, so... I gotta do it one way or the other. Alright. Nice. So, one other thing I need to work on... right now... Actually, let me fork push this fast. Git push this. Added... data... or added auto rebind timeout. And text that indicates that alright. Another thing I quickly need to do is like menu scrolling stuff. Which I think I could just like hard code in a way. It's like menu controls in this game are not going to be like super rebindable depending on like what it is. So obviously I want some things in the menu to just be consistent. The problem with letting people rebind menu controls is that if you let them rebind menu controls, then they can actually lock themselves out of the rebind menu, hence like bricking themselves permanently or indefinitely until they like find a way to reset it. So you gotta be careful with it. It's like if you rebind the controls that let you rebind your controls, like your menu buttons that let you do that, then like you can't do it anymore. And you're just fucked. I don't know. You probably got the idea. Even though I explained it like pretty poorly. Like this should just be Scroll direction down. MB wheel up. I don't think I need to actually mess with any of this. Sorry. We go here. So, like, where we do most of the scrolling stuff is in this, like, draw buttons script. We basically just need to make sure that we process all of this before options menu. Okay. Or before the draw buttons thing here. We'll do a new heading here. Mouse scrolling behavior. If I guess it would be mouse check pressed. MB wheel up. I don't know if this will actually work. We're just gonna kind of try it. I should maybe look at the documentation. So normally this would be formatted as mouse wheel up and then a set of brackets. So I don't know if this will work. It's like this is added by input. Just to be safe, I'm gonna use the Game Maker version of this. I tone the music down a little bit here. Just a tad. Mouse wheel up will be... Yeah, let me get these scrolling variables back. So I think I need to get it from here. Yeah, because I added this as like generalized, like scrolling behavior. What we do is this. We do if button draw start is higher than 0, it should be... Actually, we could just do like button draw start equals button draw start minus draw scroll. And then we basically just make sure this returns at least 0. So it'll select the greater of these two values, like 0 and the attempted scroll. That should be fine. Now, if we do the same thing for down, instead of checking or returning 0 at as like the smallest number, we instead return What would it be? It would be array length button or button array. I think. Well, hang on, no, because it's... What would it be? It would be like... It'd be like this minus draw button max? Or button draw max? And then would this be like a -1? -1, I think, as well. We'll just see. I don't need to verify if it works. I can just test it to verify if it works. Okay, so... Clearly I fucked up. So I think it doesn't need this -1 then. Okay, yeah. So we can now just, like, mouse scroll this. Nice. Alright. Very good. Sorry, I like stimming with this. Hmm. That's some kind of, like, strange behavior with, like, the... like, selected button. Oh, I see a problem with this. So if you highlight this and then scroll down, it still technically has that selected. So then it'll, like, jut you back up. That's interesting. And same thing the other way around, so this is gonna go back to... yeah, like, next to the bottom of the list. That's where our selected button is. Not with this, though. This is fine. Like, if it's in the middle... like, if the button we have selected never goes off-screen, it behaves just fine. Like, just how you would expect. It's only when you have a situation like this where we currently have cancel selected. If we scroll up and then press the up button, it's gonna go to accept. Yeah. Like, that's all kind of like weird behavior that kind of creates. Hmm. That's interesting. So we need to add, like, something that'll reselect. If it's, like, going off-screen. Very interesting. I was trying to think of how I would do that. Hmm. Like, I'm thinking we might need to do some kind of like weird while loop thing again. I would like to avoid that if possible. Hmm. Interesting set of circumstances here. Me Alt F4 this. Why am I bleeding? Give me a second. Apparently I scratched myself open a little bit. Not like badly, I think it's just... I call it like a pimple or something. Alright, should be fine now. So... I guess the problem here, right? We need more logic for selection to handle this case. And I think what I want to do, right? We're gonna go to... Draw menu buttons. Hmm... Uh... You know, I might need to just do this. Select button... Hmm... We need to check... Basically, we need to check to make sure that button selected isn't outside the bounds of the buttons we're currently drawing. And then use that to, like, reselect a button if necessary. Is, like, the long and short here. So, in that case... We go here. Do if button selected is less than button draw start, select button selected plus scroll probably would work here. I'm gonna add a little bit more to this later just to make sure that this handles like edge cases. Like, I think for now it should be fine. If it's higher than this, should be. Let me do this. Just see if that works. I think this should technically work, even though it's a little bit shoddy in, like, the logic. Now that's odd. That's really strange. This is probably an error to do with, like... Hang on. I know what's wrong vaguely. It's because there's 2 buttons on each row, but I'm trying to figure out the specific place where the math is going wrong here. Right, I think... Maybe... No. Now, let me quickly peek something here. They had to do something similar here. Higher than or equal to this. Just kind of glancing around trying to see what's going wrong here. Okay, hang on. Let's try and isolate which statement here is actually acting up. I get the feeling it's the bottom one. Am I correct on that assumption? Yeah. So, like, this one acts just fine. It's this other one that's faulty. Okay. I think I know what's wrong now. I'm doing the wrong kind of math here. This should actually be... button draw start plus this. Okay. Now if I do this... Yeah, okay, so that was the problem. Makes sense. So yeah, that actually just reselects fine. Okay. Cool. Well, hang on, there's something strange going on here. Why does that happen? That's really strange. I think I'm just missing an equal sign. Should be like higher than or equals, I think. Probably, if I had to guess. I didn't really think about it that deeply, I just think this will fix it. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, it did fix it. I didn't even have to think about that, like, logically. Really. I was just like, it's probably just a missing equal sign, just put it in. I just had a feeling. And yeah, lo and behold, that was in fact the issue. Yeah, this is good. This works fully as you would expect. Very good. There is one more thing I want to do at the very least right now. I want to make it so that you can actually, like, click the scroll bar. And that's gonna take a lot of effort, for what it's worth. But, I think we can get there. For now, I'm just glad that the mouse scrolling works. It's quite good. And then, of course, like, this is still just working as normal. Like, I could set reload to, like, E. And now when I reload, I press E, which is weird. I don't know why you'd ever want to, but, you know. I like supporting whatever controls people want. The entire reason for this. Alright. Now, I guess to make this a bit more foolproof, just in case someone ever managed to make a way to, like, double scroll this. If I go to draw menu buttons, I think it's select button, actually. Yeah. While statements are scary, because once again, they can, like, freeze the game if misused. But, here I think this will make sense. So we just change this to while. This should just work no matter what, right? Well, hang on. I'm a little bit worried about something here. Because if for whatever reason this select button function fails, then it won't actually loop properly. I'm gonna do something here. var target selected equals button selected plus equals this. Or selected minus equals this. And then instead we just try to select target selected. Maybe that's kind of an odd way to do that. This, I think, makes more sense in my mind. Like having a failsafe. We'll just double check that this actually works. Very important thing to double check. And we'll double check that it actually does handle the edge case. So if we wanted to set button scroll to something absurd, if we made it so that the scrolls like the entire menu, for example, minus button scroll times like 4, times maybe like 3, I think is a bit more accurate. Yeah, so now this scrolls the entire menu, and we'll see... Oh, that's interesting. It, like, forces it to just select that. You know... That's interesting. I don't know why it would do that, to be honest. I guess because this, like, scrolling behavior overwrites it, which is kind of silly. Hang on. I think I might know why. We do... Selected... And then we would, like, do this at the end. I think that's a little more properly formed. Reselect button if the old one has gone off screen. There we go. That's how that should work. I think that was the issue. We should do one last check here, just to make sure we're not like... Well, hang on, I think this already does this check. If this button, yeah, if this button has not already been selected. Okay. Well, then that's fine. Yeah, so we don't even have to double check this. We could just run this. It'll be fine. Yeah, now we'll see if we scroll the whole menu. It should hopefully... Yeah, it just corrects it all the same. So it goes from backspace all the way to previous weapon. Nice. Yeah, not bad. That's cool. It does have, like, some weird behavior with this, like, this outline retargeting, like, the new buttons, but whatever. I mean, this is ultra edge case anyway. Like, this is just for assuring that this while statement wasn't gonna break in some way. I get rid of this and restore the normal behavior. It should still be fine. Yeah, it's just the idea is that I like to handle edge cases just to make sure. The more edge cases that you handle, the more versatile something is. And we like that. Versatility is very important when it comes to, like, making important mechanics, such as UI. Very nice. This does just kind of elegantly handle a lot of, like, different potential menu scrolling behavior. That's good. I'm happy with that. Let me push this. Mouse scrolling menu now works. Okay. Now we got to what I was gonna do before, which is the whatchamacallit. Fuck. I'm blanking. The scroll bar that you can, like, click and drag is the idea. Which I probably should, like, move the scroll bar just a tiny bit. It's a little bit cramped right now. 198. 198. I want to try repositioning it a little bit fast. It's, like, hard to get this to all line up in a way that feels satisfying. Like, I could move it over a little bit more to give it better symmetry with, like, this. But then, like, the problem then is that then it becomes too close to this menu, so then you have to move this menu across and just, I don't know. It's interesting. Maybe just make the box a little bigger. I mean, fuck it, right? May as well. If we made this, like, 420, exactly. Like, that seems a little better. Gives the bar a little bit more breathing room. I like that. This is nice. Then now we need to actually implement being able to, like, click and drag this. I currently can't. Currently it's just a sprite. No, like, interactive elements except for, like, responding to existing scrolling behavior. Let's add that in. Once again, I know that this is kind of horrendously inefficient right now. The goal is to just get it all in first and then we'll optimize it later. Alright. Actually, I think I need to do the logic for this before drawing it. Makes sense to me. Alright. Okay. I guess to get this working... Probably should rearrange this, I'm realizing. Stop rebinding behavior. So I'm already getting into optimization territory. Oh, that specifically really addresses that, but... you know, whatever. So... now... what we want to do is go... make a subheading here for, like, scrolling. And then... and this would be, like, actual... button creation. Okay. So we do scroll bar. The tough thing here is we need to do behavior that checks for like a mouse down and a mouse up, right? Need scroll bar mouse down equals false. Scroll bar mouse start Y equals, I guess, like 0. This is whether or oh, hang on. Yeah, this should be this. Do I even need this, though? I'm not sure if I do. Also banger a lot. Turn the shit up. Sorry, I really like this song. I think we can just, like, cope with having this be, like, the only, like, the only variable here. Y or let's start Y. Okay, so mouse Y position when you start a click on the scroll bar. And then what we do is whenever we get a mouse click within these bounds, right? It's like, do I have a... I should create like a script for this if I haven't already. If... Well, I guess it's just a point in rectangle kind of thing, but... I don't know. If point in rectangle, mouse X, mouse Y, then it would be... Hmm... Would be this... plus... It would be plus and minus 2 because the scroll bar is 4 pixels wide. We do this. We do... Well, it would have to be within this bound. And I guess it's... Okay, I'm gonna turn the music back down now. And also skip this one. I mean, this is another Utsupi banger, but whatever. Big Utsupi fan, definitely. Very good music. Let me do box X plus 200. Then it should be... Plus? I guess we just, like, pass in this entire argument, right? Okay, I might have a better way to do this. Give me a second. We're gonna, first of all, actually put this above the scroll bar that matters. Then the second thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do a var scroll bar x equals this. Do var scroll bar top y equals this. I believe. Just like compartmentalize this a little bit more, so I'm not having to like copy and paste huge chunks of shit. Should probably do like this to make it a bit clearer. Yeah. Apparently this is gonna look like it's giving a massive error, but this will make more sense in a second. We got scroll bar X. Oh, well, that's the odds. Hang on. I'll just continue working on this, actually. I forgot that I don't really have anything I should, like, pause during game dev, specifically. Like, most people don't care about the actual coding aspect, I don't think. It's more so about, like, the Zatsu. And, like, rambling. Scroll bar height equals this. Okay, and then this is where we can finally do scroll bar X -2, or -2, there we go. Scroll bar top Y. Then we do scroll bar X +2. Then we do scroll bar top Y plus scroll bar height. So I have an idea, right, of how we like test this. We basically just make it so that it sets a new color. Like, let's make it so that it sets our highlight color. If that happens, right? And then we do the scroll bar script. So to begin with, this should just check if we are in the bounds of the scroll bar. Which it does not. That's interesting. Point and rectangle, scroll bar x minus 2, scroll bar top y plus 2, scroll bar y plus scroll bar height. Hmm. Very odd. Side, top side, right side, bottom side. I do have it formatted like that, though. Left side, top side, right side, bottom side. How peculiar. Let me try something here. See if this is like a camera offset issue. No. It does genuinely just not give a fuck where my mouse is. How very strange. How very, very strange. Right. Radio then. The thing that's really strange about this too is like it's drawing the scroll bar itself just fine. So it's not that these like initial like position setters are incorrect. It's something else. Like it's drawing the bar at the right spot. Like it is getting box X, which takes into account camera width and height. Mouse Y. Scroll bar X minus 2, which is the left side. Y plus scroll bar height. Oh. I genuinely don't know what's wrong here. I have actually no idea. Oh, I just realized. It comes from the dumbest thing. It's because I never set the draw color. It's just running this... It's running this function and never doing anything with it. That's why. It just makes the color and that's it. It makes the color and doesn't assign it. Okay, there we go. No wonder. Now, the hitbox is like a little bit off on it. From what I can tell. Which is strange. I don't know why. Wait, is that an issue with like the original as well? If I had scrolled down... No, so it does scroll down to like what would normally be the bottom. Okay, that's strange. For some reason, it's like... You can probably see it on screen just badly. Yeah, let me... for all the people... For all the ballers out there... Let me see if I can, like, zoom and enhance this. Okay, it's not letting me. Actually, let's just do it like this, right? Okay. If I, like, ultra zoom in on, like, this specific part... Okay, now it looks fine. That's because it's not in full screen. Okay, so it's currently zoomed in there. Okay. Like if I go... do this. No? Okay, hang on. There's a little trial and error involved in this. Maybe like all the way over here? I'm trying to zoom and enhance on this. And it's not letting me. Oh well. And the other problem with that is that's kinda... made it hard to put it back to its original size. You know what? Like, Control-Z me a bunch. Oh. Control-Y? Okay. Okay, we got it back to its normal size. Okay, okay. Good, good, good. Hopefully that didn't fuck up anything else. Hitting a bunch of Control-Z's there. I don't know, the long and short is that the hitbox is, like... kinda disjointed on that. Like, it's 1 pixel larger than it needs to be. So we just do scroll bar Y plus scroll bar height minus 1. That's fine. Make sure that it's not 1 larger than it needs to be. Actually, I should check that it's not the same thing for, like, the horizontal, too. But would you look at that? It is. Okay. Good thing I double-checked that. That makes a bit more sense. Like, it's actually wrong on both sides a little bit. Okay. So we do +1 then. Yeah. So now that's correct. I think that's actually, like, fine for now. As, like, a highlight color. We'll do some more involved stuff with it in just a second. So this is where we do, if mouse check pressed, I might need to tweak this a little bit in a bit. Because I don't want rebinding to interfere with this. It's like, what I'm thinking of right now is that if I do this to be outside of the input system, and actually this is already kind of an issue. You could probably, like, still scroll the menu while doing a rebind, which is kind of odd. Like, hang on, let me just complete this. If mouse check pressed, well, mouse check button pressed, MB left. We will do, what's this called? Should be start Y. Right. Y equals mouse Y. That's fine. And then essentially what we do is we do if check mouse or if mouse check button released, we reset this to 0. Wait. I'm thinking for a second about this. I think we do need an extra parameter for this. Scroll bar, mouse. Mouse dragging equals false. To whether or not this scroll bar is being dragged by the mouse currently. Or not the scroll bar. Where am I doing this? Here it is. Okay, so we do mouse dragging equals false. We do mouse dragging equals true. And then essentially from there, we do if it's dragging and what would it actually be? And mouse Y plus, well, sorry, it would be scroll bar mouse start Y be minus mouse Y? It would be mouse Y minus this. Mouse Y minus scroll bar mouse start Y. So this would be if it's going down, or if we need to scroll down. So then this would be, sorry, I'm trying to like commentate while also doing the math in my head. Like all the thinking. I need like thinking time, please excuse me. Y minus scroll Y would be if it's higher than a single increment of this. Higher than 240 times. It would be just divided. No, hang on. Would it be? Button start. Like, what is a single increment of this again? Button start. It would be 2, right? I think? Oh, I have DMs. Ooh. Hmm. Is this correct? Uh, maybe. We're gonna have to just like. This is one of these things where like the math is so complicated to me. Like I'm just gonna have to just kind of wing it and then test it and just brute force it. Brute force it? Brute force it a little. Jesus. Hmm. So the kind of horrendous thing, right, is I'm just gonna like copy and paste this. Just to like see if this is working, right? Okay, that didn't quite work. But the interesting thing is for a slight little bit, it worked. Like, I could have sworn I saw it go in parts before. Hmm. Is it because I'm not resetting this again? Probably, right? If I had to take, like, a wild guess. Like, it should reset the Y offset. Holy shit, that actually worked. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Boop, boop, boop. Yo, okay. So that does work, even though, once again, the coding for this is kind of horrendous and very unoptimized. It does work. It's just, like, an actual sin. We just need to make this, like, less of a sin. And then we'll be good. This is where we get into optimization and commenting territory. Now, obviously, this is kind of silly. It doesn't scroll back up yet. So if we really want to make this even more horrendous, we could quickly implement this as to have both of them. So if we now reverse this, mouse Y, then it would allow you to scroll, like, back up. Oh, man. I love spaghetti code. Yay! Wow, look at it. It's so... That's so awesome, man. That's so cool. I love spaghetti code. It actually works, is the crazy thing. I almost can't believe it. Like, it kind of just works exactly how you would expect it to, which is insane. Although I do wonder, if I do this... Oh, so it actually, like, resets. It resets it every time. Eh? Well, I guess it's because it's not really... Oh, I'm checking for this. Okay, sorry. I know what I said didn't make any sense. I unfortunately can't bring you all into my mind palace here. Like, damn, that's crazy. So that actually does just work. Now I just need to, like, optimize the fuck out of it. Which I don't mind doing on stream here in a second. I wanted to do, like, a longer game dev segment today on stream. Because last time I know I kind of, like, cheaped out at the end by just going and playing Night Rain for the last, like, hour of stream. Mouse, scroll bar. Now it has click and drag. How wonderful. What a wonderful world. I love game development. So, first things first. We need to optimize our colors a little bit. We're going to add a parameter for button text highlight equals, this will be default text highlight color for buttons. And this is where we're going to go here. Going to pull this color into here. So now we have a default text highlight color. And everywhere that we put in this color manually, we're going to just replace it with this. So button menu object dot button text highlight. Let's see. Don't use it anywhere else there. But we do use it here. We do that, button text color. Draw input names. This is kind of its own thing for now, so like that's fine. We haven't copy and pasted this color. Well, I mean, we kind of have, but whatever. Like a lighter red, I think, technically. We need... Oh, draw set color this. Should be the highlight color instead. Okay. And then same thing here. Replace this make color button text highlight. Alright, we'll double check to make sure that's all behaving correctly. Okay. Yep. Alright. Another thing I do need to make it is so that, like, while you're dragging this, it'll just have it, like, highlighted no matter what. But, we'll get to that. I also need to make, like, a zone where it'll, like, deselect the bar. Because for now it is kind of weird that you can just, like, go all the way out here. and just do that. Otherwise, I really like how it behaves. It's like, even if you scroll like all the way up here and still keep it held, like it'll still just resume scrolling as normal, like when you start going back up. I'm a big fan of how it behaves. But anyway, let's see. The other thing is, it doesn't do this yet, which, you know, is like part of the problem here. Alright. Sorry. Stretching. I should probably take a stretch and bathroom break, like, at the top of the hour. Also, welcome in Nugger F1, I believe. Your name. Nuga? Nugger? I'm not sure. I'm probably just gonna say Nuga, because I'm realizing it's the other pronunciation is kinda iffy. But I hope you're well. Maybe I'll just call you F1. How about that? Just call you F1. Yeah, I hope you're well, though. Sure. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah. Sorry, I want to run this one more time just to see, like, what I'm changing. What are we making? We are making a menu. In particular, a rebind menu. So today I was getting, like, this working, so an automatic abort for rebinding if you take too long. There is also... You can, like, scroll with the mouse now, which is nice. Instead of it just being, like with keyboard or like, controller button controls only. I also made it so that you can, like, click and drag this, as you would expect from any other scroll bar. Yeah, pretty much just a bunch of, like, menu behavior stuff. Now obviously this does still have some issues. But, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. I think maybe we need to, like, shove this, like, scroll bar logic before all of this. Maybe that would help. But I need, like, something that actually does this anyway. Hmm. Like, I believe we do the same thing in here. Like, in particular for select button. Yeah. Um... Sorry, I'm trying to think of how to optimize this. Because pretty much the problem I'm having is this. This logic is more or less like copy and pasted in a bunch of places. So I'm gonna try and just take my best implementation and do that. Hang on. This might be better if I... Maybe a little better if I quickly, like, git upload this. Optimize color stuff. But onto optimizing scroll behavior. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't, like, comment much on it, but, cool that you started a new project. I'd be interested to hear what you're working on if you want to. I mean, it's up to you whether you want to comment on that or not. I'll leave that at your discretion. Okay, I'm gonna just ignore this for now. What I'm gonna do is building a website called 1v1 Code, a platform where you can learn programming through course projects and challenges. You'll be able to earn certificates, build streaks, claim daily rewards, climb the ranks, and compete against others in real-time 1v1 coding and bug-fixing battles. The goal is to make learning programming as fun as playing a game. Nice! That's hella cool. Yeah, I hope that all goes well then. Very, very nice. Alright. So here, we try to do that. It's fine. So... Oh god, I'm still just like... I'm in analysis paralysis right now, like trying to think of how to best optimize this. There's so many like parts of this. So this just needs to be like... Once again, this all needs to be before we actually draw the buttons, I think. Is the long and short here. This needs to be right here. And process scroll bar. No suggestions on what you could add to the site. Think about it. Because, like, I figure the 1v1 kind of implies, like, already implies the existence of, like, matchmaking, and I think that would be, like, the biggest thing. Like, you did say as well, you have, like, ranks as, like, an idea. Yeah, I think that's already, like, really good. I can't think of anything in particular off the top of my head. I don't know, I guess, like, maybe very small thing. I do always like in, like, online competitive stuff, being able to, like, have some kind of, like, customizable profile, so... If that isn't already planned, like, maybe that... Like, obviously a username is kind of a given, but, like, also being able to have, like, a profile picture and stuff would be cool. And of course you'd also have to, like, moderate that, but I'm sure you could find a way. It sounds like you know a lot more about what you're doing than I do about this. I'm more of a game designer. I'm not really a good programmer. Okay, let me, like, comment all of this. This is scroll bar background. Well, scroll bar background. Properties. I guess color properties. And then this is draw scroll bar background. You did game dev in GameMaker Studio 2 before you started web dev, so you recently started your own company in web dev. Okay, cool. That's awesome. So then you could probably tell that I am using GameMaker Studio 2. So hell yeah. Fellow GameMaker dev. Yeah, I don't know, I kinda... I guess in that case, if you're familiar with this engine, I kind of avoided using, like, the built-in, like, menu stuff, since apparently they do have that now. Like, I wanted to be able to customize the behavior a little bit more, which is why I'm manually implementing all of this, like, scroll bar UI stuff and, like, suffering, basically. It'd be like that. This is actual scroll bar color. Then this is just scroll bar sprite X. Even though it's one of the first languages you started in, but you haven't used GameMaker Studio since like 2022 to 2023, and there's a lot of new features now that you have no idea how it works. That's fair. If it makes you feel any better, like I was mostly a GameMaker Studio 1 user until like pretty recently. So that's also been a bit of a struggle to me. There has been stuff that's like tripped me up in that regard. Especially, like, one of my least favorite things I've been having to work with is, like, depth-related stuff. It's like, I believe this would have been in by, like, 2022 and 2023, but there was a lot of, um... there's a lot of changes to how GameMaker Studio 2 handles, like, depth. It's like, whereas in GameMaker Studio 1, you just had, like, a global, like, depth variable that you would change to, like, sort things. Like, GameMaker 2 now has layers, and that has kind of its own, like, weird caveats, where, like, I believe if I go, like, here, actually... Yeah, so, like, now things are sorted into layers, and then each of the layers have a depth, but then, like, that's created struggles for me in, like, how do I sort instances within a layer? And like, I don't know, that's just like weird stuff with that. Also, hello, Beck. Hope you're doing well, as usual. Tried the blueprints coding in Gimmick Studio 2 recently, and that was more difficult than coding by hand. I feel that. I'm definitely more of like a line-by-line coder myself. I've never really gotten like, I mean, block coding is easy enough for me, but like, more like Blueprint and like Unreal Engine kind of like coding, where it's a lot of like you drag a line into like another box that then does a thing and processes some kind of output that you then drag from that box onto like another box. I've never understood that method of coding like very well. Like that stuff is very troubling to me. Like I've had to mess with that a little bit for like Unreal as well as like some I believe like Blender shader or like Blender rendering pipeline stuff uses that, and like that always just like throws me for a loop. Use block coding when you're starting Game Maker, but switch to line coding before long. Yeah, fair enough. My block coding experience was mostly from Scratch. I was kind of a Scratch kiddo. Like I would make projects on that. Yeah, I think I did Scratch for like, God, must have been like at least 3 years, 3 or 4 years before I finally moved to like Game Maker. Wasn't very good at it. I was like decent at Scratch. You've always hated Scratch, you don't know why though. I mean, fair enough. To me, it just kind of made sense as like an entry level uh like thing for when I was like very young. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit more. I'm realizing I might be a little bit loud still. I'm gonna adjust my gain. How's that? I think maybe my voice will be like less like terrible now. I've been like adjusting my gain recently because I noticed that my mic was like quite loud in a lot of my VODs. So hopefully that's fine. Played a really good game that was made in Scratch and put on Steam. Damn, I didn't know they had exporting like that yet. That's kind of neat. Since you tried it in school, you've always had beef with it. You feel like it's too kidder for you. Fair enough. Would have been better if it wasn't made in Scratch, though the dev just thought it would be fun to make a game in Scratch and it ended up taking like years. People have done like crazy things in Scratch, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely odd. I mean, I only used Scratch during like its 2.0 era in specific. Game is called Rabbit Hole. Oh, I've actually heard of that. It's like a 2D side-scrolling like pixel art with like some gun stuff, I believe. Yeah, I didn't know this was made with Scratch. Neat. That's crazy. Huh. Took over your brain for like a couple of months. I remember hearing people, I think in like Ichi's community in specific, talking about it. It looks interesting, for sure. Yeah, I've never played it myself, though. Yeah, I had no idea. Kinda cool. Okay, we need a better way to do this. On top Y. We need a var scroll bar. Well, we like scroll bar pixel height. I guess like scroll bar full height equals 240. So this is like full range of the scroll bar in pixels. So then that we can like plug into all of these. Okay. Yeah, we got the top, all this. We get all scroll arguments. I think that's fine. We can just leave these kind of as is. Alright, so then we get... There's like more places where we use this like height thing. Yeah, so it's specifically like here. We'll save this and just make sure that this actually still works. I forgot if I tested this. Like when I did this as well. Okay. That does work. Very nice. And like should still just work with like all the regular rebinding stuff. Oh, yeah, so weird thing that I was talking about from before. If I press scroll up here to like rebind next weapon to scroll up, it does also scroll the menu. Which is something I was talking about before. And like really in general, you could probably do some like weird stuff where, for instance, if I click this, then press enter, then press like E. Okay, it does work. But that's still just kind of odd. I should have like a way to like lock scrolling so that you can't do weird stuff like this. Really in general though, I guess you can already like do that by like doing that. So like I just need to lock reselecting in general while that's happening. I kind of forgot to do. Hmm. Okay, so then trying to think of how to optimize this. It's like this is another thing that gets copy and pasted a few times here. Which is obviously not good practice. Hmm. Okay, other thing, I do need to go for a quick bathroom break, and the ads are going to start in about a minute. So I'm going to go take that bathroom break now, and I'll get back to y'all in a bit. Be right back. Actually, I'll put y'all on standby. That's something I need to get into the habit of doing. Like, just having a little proper, like, standby break like this. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I am back now. Nice. Yeah, I really should do that more often where I just, like, if I'm going to, like, get up from my computer and all that, I just go to, like, standby. Because I named it standby for a reason. It shouldn't just be my starting soon screen. So, anyway. Back to actually, like, optimizing this shit. So, we need We need to do something here, right? Well, I mean, do we even... We need this? Like, we do draw menu buttons. Do select button. Because, yeah, it is basically running this in the button script. Hmm. Uh, bit troublesome. I'm trying to, like, figure out how to, like, compartmentalize this scrolling behavior and button selection behavior. It's, like, the long and short of what I'm trying to do right now. I don't like that it's in two separate parts right now. But I don't know. God, I'm trying to, like, find my spot here. If it is active, all this, button draw start. So this is, like, the main thing. We need, like, an attempt scroll up sort of thing. We're gonna create a script. And we're gonna call this menu scroll. Menu scroll. It's not even gonna be menu scroll up, we're just gonna call this, like, menu scroll. We're gonna call this scroll amount. Equals 1. Then we just, like, pass our actual number into this. And then this is where we take these. Where's this? Yeah, so we take these. We're gonna shove them into this, which it did not rename for some reason. Menu scroll. So then we do if scroll amount is higher than 0, it does this. So if it's positive scroll, if this is positive scrolling down scrolling, then we do this. We do if this is scroll amount is less than 0, so if it's negative scrolling, then we do this. Now, technically, I don't think this actually optimizes this at all. It just makes it, like, a bit more neat. Like, it's optimizing it from the developer end, not as much, like, the runtime end. Like, I'm just compartmentalizing this for the sake of making this, like, actually efficient to work with. But I mean, the impact on performance is, like, so minimal anyway. Like, it's not really gonna matter all that much. So then, this is where we can go back to here. We do scroll menu, or menu scroll actually. And this should be negative draw scroll. We do menu scroll positive draw scroll. We'll see if that runs, just to double check. So, ooh, out of range. That's odd. Oh, draw scroll bar, menu scroll. This is out of range. Variable out of range. Uh-oh. That's not good. I mean, obviously, but why is that only an issue now? What? Hang on. Menu scroll, negative button draw scroll, which should then just run this. Oh, hang on. It's because I'm not passing in scroll amount, I'm passing in the regular fucking thing. I'm stupid. That would be why. Yeah, so now that works fine. All good then. Yeah. That's fine then. Then that does just work. Then we can do the same thing here. Where this is, I should have commented this, is like the other issue. Like, what is this? This is a minus y. So this is up scrolling, right? Native button scroll. Should be positive button scroll. Down scrolling. Okay, so that does just work. Very good. Hmm. Okay. So then... what? Have it so that it now does this, like, menu scroll thing. So, this is... once again, I don't think this is the same thing that we're doing here. Even though... or here, sorry. Even though it essentially feels, like, very similar in nature. By the way, I just realized I don't need that VOD there. That's a remnant from when I did this with a for loop instead. Like, that's one thing. Although, I am realizing this is basically just this, like, menu scroll function. It's just doing it, like, here. Right? Yeah. So we should compartmentalize that, then. At least. Menu scroll... this should be, like, positive. Then this should be, like, negative menu scroll, right? Let me just make sure that works. I see no reason why it wouldn't. We'll check anyway. So, like, if I do this... yeah, this primarily concerns button tapping behavior. Okay. Does menu scroll... our only problem is I think this is... does this support... I mean, it should support the wrapping behavior, because it did work. Yeah, because, like, this is what checks for the wrapping. In a roundabout way. Okay, so that should be fine then. So then what? I don't think we need these debug messages anymore. Let's just get them out of there. Just to, like, declutter this a little bit. Hmm. Oh, and same with this. Don't need that anymore. Yeah, otherwise, this is just doing a different thing from what we're doing in options menu. Because in this, like, select button script, we're forcing it to scroll down to the button that's selected. In this, we're doing something different, where instead of scrolling down to the button that's selected, we're reselecting a button based on the scrolling. So it's like the other way around, almost. So we actually don't need to, like, integrate the two. Like, one of them is forcing the selected button to be on screen, the other is forcing an on-screen button to be the selected one. So yeah, it's like the opposite of the other. So we should still have like a breakout function here. Or like a breakout parameter, I suppose. To be sure. Right? In pretty much like the same way. Hmm. Well, the other breakout function is just less than or equal to 0, so we should just... we should copy this one instead, because it's the more complicated one. So then we go in here. Target selected plus equals button menu scroll. We check. If target selected is... well, hang on. Well, hang on. I think I need to program this manually to like make sure I actually know what I'm doing here. While target selected is less than button draw start. Wait, what? Oh, right, because this is the opposite. So we should do if target selected is greater than, what would this be? It would be like I don't know, this is like an emergency breakout, so it doesn't need to be like super elegant. We're basically just going to make this, if it's higher than or equal to array length of button array, then we break. Although I guess first we would like set it to equal button array length. Could actually be like a little different. Could be this minus this like other thing, right? What is it? Yeah. This thing, basically. I think? Am I stupid? No. This should just always break out no matter what. It should break out in time. So, like, I don't even know if it's necessary to do this, but I still just like to do it anyway, just to make sure. If target selected less than or equal to 0, that should be it should actually be like button start, shouldn't it? Button draw start, like that. Be the failsafe there. And then we, once again, just break out of this. I think even though they're kind of redundant, there's all like valid failsafes. Right? Yeah, like it doesn't mess up any of the like existing valid behavior. I'm gonna say that's probably fine then. Right? Yeah. Once again, just making sure to like handle like edge cases and potential fuck-ups. Like, especially while using while loops, where if it gets stuck, it'll just freeze the game entirely. It's like it'll just never know when to stop. This is draw buttons, draw input names, timer. So I think in particular now we want to just optimize the scroll bar stuff. Okay. I'm gonna git push this, and we'll say, scrolling, failsafes, and optimization. Or I guess this is specifically for the mouse wheel scrolling. Mouse wheel scrolling, failsafes, and optimization. Okay. Push that. Now we got to probably the hardest part of this, where we are now trying to optimize the scroll bar, right? I'm gonna, do something here. We're gonna do, we're gonna, like, rename this, right? We're going to, instead of calling this draw scroll bar, we're going to call this draw scroll bar part. It should rename it there, and I believe it renames it everywhere else, too. Yeah, okay. Can you, like, do RGBA? You cannot. Interesting. So then, here's kind of the tricky part. We need to do this, like, here. Okay, hang on. We need var scroll bar range top y. And this is gonna equal this. So then we just shove this in there. And so we instead just do scroll bar range top y. And then this is like the offset that gets added to it afterwards. And the reason I'm sort of drawing these all into, like, vars is basically to try and like, figure out the arguments we would need to put this all into, like, just one script. Exposition of scroll bar. So we don't need to do this anymore. The reason we do that here is because now we can just put that into that. See, so this is how we find out, like, all the different things we need to plug in. Okay. Hmm. I'm gonna drink some water while I think about this. Because, like, we basically need a fraction here, right? Like, we need a numerator and a denominator, right? Hmm. I'm gonna skip this. I'm gonna skip this too. Fine. I'm realizing that, like, nowadays my taste in, like, metal is, like, changing. I'm, like, skipping things a lot more. I might need to, like, gut quite a bit of stuff out of my playlist. I don't know. Okay, so this is, like, clickable part. And this is background. Yeah, I'm realizing I might be able to just, like, shove this all into a script as is. But, like, I feel like it would be better to have, like, a numerator and a denominator system here. Hmm. I'm trying to think of how to, like, compartmentalize that. It's like, the solution is to find out, like, what does all of this really mean? Right? Hmm. It's like, this is just the height. And then this is the draw start, so like... I guess would this be like... Would the bottom of the numerator be the right way to phrase that? I have a hair in my mouth. Ugh. Get that out of there. So... Like, okay, this is gonna be easier if I, like, actually comment all of this with, like, what they are. So, like, button draw start is 0. Button array length is 24. Button draw max is 18. So that means this is, like... 0 is, like... fraction offset? Offset... Then 24 is your denominator. Then 18 is your actual, like, numerator. Okay. Right, so we could do var scroll bar fraction offset equals this. We do fraction numerator equals draw max. Then finally, scroll bar fraction, whoops, denominator, which I don't know if that's how you spell that. I should probably check. I believe that's how you spell that, right? Denominator. That does appear to be correct. Okay. So this is then the offset. This is the numerator. This is the denominator. Yeah. We're doing math. Now this is also odd. Two divided by that. So it should be... We need an additional variable here, which is... var scroll var... It should be menu scroll... Button draw scroll... Draw scroll... And then this is like your... like menus default scroll value. Well, I mean, we don't really need to. That should be, like, consistent enough across menus. Hmm. If we really need a parameter for this, we can just add a parameter for this later. But, like, we should put it here. 2 divided by that. Because that's where that 2 comes from. I just didn't insert the variable before. And then these should be the denominator. Instead of array length, because we already calculated that. Okay, so that's all of, like, the scrolling behavior that we needed to optimize. We'll quickly double check to make sure that this actually runs. Yep. That still works. This still works. It still seems to work exactly as you would expect. Same for, like, up. Do this. Yep. Okay. That's perfect then. So that was kind of weird how much it makes me go at first. Interesting. Hmm. I don't know. It's fine, though. Whatever the case. It's just roughly synced to where... Yeah, okay. It's like a little off-synced, but like, who cares? Like, visually, it's basically exactly what you would expect. Like, visibly and behaviorally, it's exactly what you would expect. So, like, who cares? Alright. Now we just need to get to the point where we actually shove this in the script. And to do that, I'm going to quickly push this once more. More scroll bar optimizations, and about to put it in a script. Okay. So we now have basically the arguments we need to pass in. Let's just think about this. So we have scroll bar X. We have scroll bar. I guess like Y would probably be better. Scroll bar Y, which is this. Scroll bar Y. We have scroll bar height. This is like this full height parameter. This can actually, I think, be calculated just based on the existing things. Yeah, this equates to this. Scroll of full height, so yeah, that equates to this. But then we still just need the fractions. Okay, so we have scroll bar height. And we have underscore scroll bar fraction offset. Fraction numerator. Fraction denominator. And then we have to do you know what? Hang on. To make this like all fit here. S bar height, S bar fraction offset, S bar fraction number, fraction denominator, bar background alpha, S bar background color. I know this is kind of like a monster script, but like it's gonna be worth it. On the alpha background color S bar color S bar. Well, it's gonna be S bar alpha first. bar color. I mean, really, it should be the other way around anyway, so let me just quickly cut and paste that. I think that would be all of it. So we're gonna copy and paste this. Into a new script. And this one is truly going to be called draw scroll bar. It's going to pass in all of those arguments from before. We may even just shorten this to bar, since it's compartmentalized in this script. Bar fraction denominator, bar background color, bar background alpha, bar color, bar alpha. Okay. The stretch. Ugh. And it's almost at the top of the hour again. Unlike stream. We'll finish this up regardless. Even though I'd normally only go for around 4 hours. Like, I kind of need to get this done, like, here and now. Or I'm gonna be, like, ultra cooked. Trying to, like, remember all of what I was doing. Alright. So we're just gonna copy and paste all of this, and then we have to just, like, slot out the names, basically. Okay. So. We gutted the scroll bar out of this thing. So that we can shove all of its functionality into here instead. So this is scroll background color. Bar background color here. Bar background color. Okay, I am realizing very quickly, I am gonna have to, like... I'm gonna have to shove these back in, kind of. You'll see what I mean. If we go to here, if we hit Control Z, okay, it does just work. Like, I can undo that. So if we do... draw scroll bar... we pass in this... in bar Y, which is this. bar height, which is 240. Bar fraction offset, which is this. Fraction numerator, which is this. Denominator, which is this. We got the bar background color, which is this. Got the background alpha, which is this. We get the bar color, which is this, the clickable part. And then bar alpha is 1. Now we can just delete all of this, I think. Okay. Technically, this should also be in the scroll bar script, but we can handle that in a second. We'll have to, like, kind of figure this out. Also, we are going to be in ads in a second. We'll just continue working on this. Like, hacking away at it. Just the background color. This is background alpha. For now, I'm just gonna, like, fully plug these into here, even though I know that setting these bars here is technically, like, pointless. We'll get to it, we'll get to it. Oh, why? Clickable parts, so this is where we get the actual bar color. So we get the actual bar alpha. Okay. Bar alpha like that. Bar fraction offset. Bar fraction numerator. Bar fraction denominator. These, because these are calculated out afterwards, we're just gonna leave them for now. Mouse dragging, point and rectangle. Okay, so all of this now just works, like, automatically, right? Right. So this is where we start to, like, find and replace things. Skip this. Skip this too. Skip this too. Sure. We landed on Doom music. Automatic dub. Okay. So we're gonna find and replace scroll bar X. Okay. So this is no longer necessary, or should no longer be necessary. We're gonna take scroll bar full height, place it with bar height. Okay. No longer need that. We're going to take all instances of this, replace it with a bar Y. That's okay on that. Here we go. Then that draws the background. We'll do background bar. Alpha. I don't even need to phrase it like that anymore. Okay, and then we get to this, and we replace it with bar. Well, let's just copy and paste it from here, frankly. Take that. Place all those. No longer need this. No longer need that. So then what? We still have these. And like these are the ones that get calculated like during the script. Like these are not gotten by any of these arguments. Okay. I'm just gonna call this like actual scroll bar Y. I'm gonna do another find and replace on this. Scroll with actual or actual bar Y, we'll call it. And then we'll call this actual bar height. Then this would be Y position of the clickable part of the bar. And this would be height. Height of the actual clickable part of the bar. Alright. Alright. So this should now just work. Now, obviously, the only problematic thing is that these are all still not, like, compartmentalized, variables. The best thing I would be able to think of is to just shove this into, like, another array of structs that have this. So you would have, like, a scroll bar array, just as you have, like, a button array. But I mean, even then, that's only if you want, like, multiple scroll bars. Or if I want multiple scroll bars, which I don't see why I would. Right now, at least. Like, once again, that's just something where if I need to expand the use case of this later, then I can. For now, this is fine. As long as this works. Like, hopefully it will. Okay, that seems to just work just as it did before. That's like perfect then. I mean, obviously there's still improvements I need to make to this, though. Like, for instance, if I do... Well, I mean, right now I'm just checking to make sure this works, for the record. Oop. Accidentally did that. Cool. So then, I guess... Only other thing I want to make is like a... Like an unclick zone. Hmm. Hmm. So we basically just need another, like, point and rectangle. So... We do... Except it would be, like, point not in rectangle. If not, point and rectangle... All this. So if x is not within... Let's say, like, 10 on each side. Like, we're basically adding... This is... -8, this would be +8. -10. Wait, why is it -1 though? It should be like +9, I think. Like technically what it should be. Hang on, this wouldn't be a point in rectangle. We'd kind of want to look at this more as a... Or it's like an if mouse x is like less than something. Hang on. If mouse x is less than bar x minus 10, or mouse x is higher than bar x plus 10, then it'll like deselect it. Equals false. Also realizing I didn't pass in like an individual highlight color. And to be completely honest, I don't think I care, really. I don't think I care enough. I don't care enough to fix that, like, right now. If I really need to do that in the future, I'll fix it then. I'll make it a future Raz problem. Hmm. So if we're dragging, I feel like I should set this color as well. Currently, this is all, like, uncommented, which I should go back and do eventually. But I'm definitely running out of oil here. I can only really do programming in like short bursts. Cause like all the shit kinda like cooks my brain after a while. I'm starting to get to that point. But like for my own safety and for the future of this project, I should stop programming now. Like I should stop adding new lines of code because I'm probably not gonna be very good. Whatever I add. But we'll just, like, quickly make sure this is working. So you can see it, like, deselects it if I go far enough out of the range. I think is a good countermeasure to, like, misclicks. I am realizing it seems a little undertuned. It might need another few pixels. At the very least. Because, yeah, it stops about there. In reality, it should only stop, like, about, like, here. The deselect range should be greater. Yeah, now you can do this and, like, drag it all the way over here. Okay, so that is kind of, like, perfect for that. I wanted to see if you could, like, scroll and select something at the same time. That was, like, the main thing I wanted to prevent. Like, other than that, this is fine. And yeah, it'll still work if you are like this. Okay, that's good. I'll maybe turn it down just a little bit on, like, the minus end. Just so there's a little bit more of a buffer. And then, like, on the other end, we can honestly have this be... I mean, we should probably just match it, to be honest. Realistically, you could make it so it just depends on, like, the alignment of the scroll bar. Because realistically, since this bar is scrolling on the right, we don't have to worry about the X position going too far to the right. It's like, once again, what I primarily want to prevent is you, like, hovering over buttons while also scrolling. It's like, technically, I could just put this, like, as, like, not even a condition. I could only have it be that if you're far enough, like, left of it, it deselects it, and, like, otherwise it just doesn't really care. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't need to do that for now, I don't think. I think for now this is fine. Yeah, you can still just, like, use this as you would. Alright. Sorry, I'm... I should end stream. I'm definitely getting, like, very cooked here. In terms of, like, my brain power. I mean... Do I need to sneeze? I felt a sneeze coming, but then it didn't show up. Okay, but yeah, I'm done for now. I'm definitely running out of brain juice. So I need to just get out of here ASAP. But thank y'all for watching. This was a fun time. We started with some Spire, and then we went into a very chunky game dev session. Like, that was kind of stacked. I'm glad with, like, how much stuff I got done today. I'm gonna start, like, closing things out, just because the Game Maker 2 workspace gets, like, pretty cluttered. Yeah, I think that should all be good. I'm gonna go ahead and git push this. Scroll bar now in a compacted script. Okay. Well, so yeah, see ya, Beck, and see ya, Susie, as well. I hope y'all are still doing well. I don't know if y'all want to go anywhere in particular. I don't have anyone to rate. Well, actually, hang on, I do. Hang on. This is actually kind of a perfect opportunity, because we got rated by, Stade McMuffin the other day. I should get him back for that, so... We're gonna raid Stade McMuffin, who is also doing software and game development. So I believe he normally does like modded stuff. So either like modding games. I don't know if he's worked on like his own game in a while. I know that he was at one point, but you know, he kind of just like jumps between various projects. Also, according to Twitch, he is intended for mature audiences, so keep that in mind. Um, if anyone like that is here, you probably shouldn't go there. So, yeah. I guess I should be back in a couple of days. As usual, I tend to stream like pretty much every second day is kind of the pattern I do. So, yeah, should be in about like 44-ish hours. I will be streaming again. Maybe more like 43. You got the idea. It's in a couple of days. Couple days from now, but like same time. So, yeah. Have a good one, everyone. I had a good time today. We got a lot done. So, go raid Stayed McMuffin. I guess I almost forgot to get my raid messages. So, one for non-subs, one for subs. And or just feel free to just lurk if anyone does continue wanting to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna throw you all over to Stayed McMuffin. Hope you all have a good day. I'll be back soon. Hopefully with a webcam, by the way. I did work on getting that, so yeah, I should be back to VTube itself next time. Okay, bye-bye. Go raid, go raid.